Maybe down to 161 now, maybe? I don't know. It's hard to tell what it wants to do. All right, upstreaming. We are upstreaming. Let's see what we're doing there. Looking to get in. We're selling the NQ, selling oil. We're up only 2 lots on oil. Let's actually put in some trailing stops. See what the NQ is going to do. Do we get stopped out? Did we get stopped out of the CL trade? Let's see if we're going to get stopped out here. Internals do look like they're selling off. I don't think I'm going to get any more than 3 lots on this trade here. Starting off relatively slow. Up about 960 on the NQ. Up around 330 on the CL. I'm going to put some trailing stops in here. Just, I want to get taken out at a loss. We are targeting 159, 161. Trade room alpha, I'll share the actual levels. I'm going to get knocked out of this trade. See if it goes back down. Once again, we're targeting 161. Let's look at our actual chart 4 levels.
So I'm looking at chart 4. I'm actually looking at all the charts, and I keep hearing you say 161.
Yeah.
What's giving you that information?
Chart 4.
missing something.
Chart 4, it's a strong level.
Oh, I'm looking at MNQ, so that's what might be off by 163.75.
Yeah, it's probably off by a little bit. Now we have a minor level that was just created at 186.50. So in the trade room alpha, I will actually just share this in the NDA. There's no, we continue selling that. I don't know. Yeah, I think we continue selling the NQ. That looks like what needs to happen. Trying to hold momentum and bias long there in the NQ or the NDX. Pretty slow. Volatility slowed down quite a bit. Yeah. Just going to grind up. Might be the wrong trade here. Might have found the bottom. Where did the chart did it go? All the way over there. Yeah, might have found the bottom of the previous VWAP there. We'll see. Bitcoin is still in the same dumb range. Big tech trying to come up, retest the VWAP. I might use this opportunity to get out of the market. There. I got out. Just a little bit of a gain, about $20 or so maybe. Kind of a no trade zone, so really not taking any trades right here. At least on the NQ. Looking around, let's look at GC. GC, Gold. You know, it's still in a sell-off. Your next best trade is right around 1938, 37. A little bit above that up to the RDA on chart 4, right up to 1941, 7. That's the best trade that exists there in that chart. Look at that. The NQ did sell off. Where's everybody at? Anybody in a trade?
I'm flat.
Yeah. It's hard to tell which way it wants to go. So far, we're up 5044. Just starting slow today. I'll give this one a little bit more room. So I got my entries there. ZB. We got the day there. Looks to maybe be a low on the day. So I think we can look to maybe get in on a pullback there on ZB. I almost need to reduce this down. Let me try that. I want to reduce a small tick down. See if it gives me better exposure to that ZB. Probably selling the pop here is probably what's probably somewhere right around 226.50 is probably what would be if it gets up there. You know, but it's not breaking momentum or bias on chart 2. So chart 4 now is momentum and bias short and price as well. And we know where it wants to get. It wants to get to 321. That's obvious. Obvious it wants to get to 321. Should look at the underlying to get some clues maybe. I'm going to short. Okay. I was trying to. Probably a bad short right where it was at, but I'd hit the OR low. My nose. OR low. I'm streaming today, so I'm on both Discord, the YouTubes, and the Trading Views, and everywhere else we're streaming. See if we can. I think it's kind of. It looks shortable. I mean, it's bias and momentum short everywhere. So now it's just a matter of did we pick the wrong place to actually decide to go with the bias and momentum short? We're at a key level on chart 3. And we got another level right around 170, spot 75. So right now we're messing around whether or not it wants to hold the open of C3. So that's the reaction you're going to see. Is it give it up? And then your next level is 17.75. Your next level is 0.83. And then your next level down there is 0.50. So really your two most important levels are 0.50 and 324, all from chart 3. Chart 3 is your control.
So I have a question. Why do you say it's obvious it wants to get to 5260 when just looking at the chart, everything's telling you it wants to go in the other direction?
Well, what I'm not saying that it wants, I'm not saying it's going to get, I'm saying that's the obvious point. There's two obvious points the chart wants to go, which would be 5260. When did I say 5260?
3260.
Oh, 3260.
It's that high. I can see the high. I can see the line. It's a, you know, it's an area. It's an area. I can see it. It's a strong level.
Yeah.
It seems to be running away from it. I don't see an obvious reason why it wants to go there. I would say it wants to go the other way.
It's mainly that last candle. Last candle took out that alpha.
Okay.
And then also took out the indicators. This is chart 3. Took out the RDA and the momentum indicators. So
with intentions, the tail of it.
Yeah.
I got you.
And then it's just not selling off. You know, it's not committing to any sell off. Now it might turn. I mean, the two obvious levels are obviously so I meant 321 spot 75. So around there, 32. Yeah, no. And then, you know, you've got the 15048 spot 50. You know, that's using chart 3. So it's, but it could just grind down there. But we'll know here because we just crossed an important level at 172 and we're about to hit that low right around 150. So that'll tell us whether or not it has appetite down or has appetite up.
Yeah.
Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
I probably shouldn't use the word obvious. When I say obvious, though, what I mean too is you should look at chart 3 and you should see the obvious downside and the obvious upside level. And those should be obvious. And it's obvious that it wants to go to one of those others. You know, but this pattern, right, of it selling off and then almost with just no care in the world going back and taking out the breakdown candles on the long side has been happening over and over here on the NQ for the last 8 months or so, right? Because we've been momentum and bias long on the NQ on the daily. So these pullbacks it's kind of where you're more on the side of taking out the breakdown candle area against them just selling off just because it's been the pattern, and plus that's with the bias with the higher time frame. I think that's another thing that plays into my overall thinking and why I would also put precedence into that what's most see as a rejection but an intention candle on the previous candle, which I did reverse and I went long. We'll see if this low holds here at 150 or so. That's really what to trade against. I should have added to that CL trade. I should look and see where do I want to get out of this CL trade. Where do I want to reverse? We've got a level here, 80. Now we got another one, 786. Let's look at chart 2. 79.96, I think, is the CL level. 79.96. Yep. Got a little too aggressive on that long. Should have waited to the breach of 150. It is a fade trade after all.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Big tech might be going for the weekly open. Okay, where's the NDX and the daily open? Oh, it's probably going for the weekly open as well.
Order filled. Order filled.
I reversed. Looks like it has the weekly open and target. Absolutely. Should have just went with momentum instead of trying to fade like an idiot. Yeah, that once a day probably.
Stop filled.
Got stopped out of my CL trade. We're in 2 lots in ZB. Would have liked to have been a little bit size bigger on that, but that's fine. Stalling. It's going to come up and do a momentum check on NQ.
Order filled.
I'll sell CL up to the RDA on chart 2. So that's what we're fitting to do. Sell up to 81.06. Let's get a little aggressive. Sun. Cats in the cradle and something, something, however that song goes. All right, so everybody along with me or short with me? Seems to be what the chart was saying, and I just was trying to be an idiot, trying to fade. It's stalling here. So now how much does it want to stall and come up? That's the question. Will it keep up the momentum? That's the key. It is at the tail end of a 5-minute multi-candle run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But we do have this level down here. So I think it wants to hit that.
Order filled.
Unless it wants to fake out and actually fall short. That's happened before. Look at that, just slow grind. Waiting for the RDA check and chart too, then I'll add some. CL starting to play around with my entry. Waiting for the RDA check there and then above.
Stop filled.
I guess stopped out of ZB. Yeah, 1 TV. Momentum shifted on chart 2. Let's see how far that goes, how far it takes it.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
not getting over the extreme band there. So kind of one of the things we can watch. Still, it's not selling off either. So it's in this little frustrating kind of range here. Looks like it might go up and tap the upside.
Order filled.
Just don't like the way my entry is. It's right in the middle of the whole friggin' range. Dumbass entry. So we'll see if we can get closer to the RDA if it gets up there. Maybe a little bit higher. Still got out of profit, but just don't like to be in the middle of a friggin' range that it's playing with.
Stop filled.
Stopped out at all of my ZB entries. Let's see if I can get back in. Yeah, that was an RDA check on chart 4. So
Order filled.
see if we can get in one here, get in one here, and get in one here. Just sit on that for a while. Yeah, CL or NQ looks like it's just going to go up a little bit and sell off. Maybe an actual check at the actual fast momentum. NCL, 2 lots. Only got to pick it up for 2 lots there. Probably going to get knocked out. The volatility here pissed me off. Still looking for short on the NQ, but just not there yet. Still think the daily or the weekly open is its target. Up about 530 on the CL trade. 2 lots. See if I get knocked out here on the volatility. Okay, there. Making coffee. Ah, Sierra chart. Here you come.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, should have waited more for the RDA touch as usual.
Order filled.
And everything's momentum and bias short. So it's just a matter of doesn't want to make it painful. Maybe getting picked up in GC here. We'll see. Yeah, I should have waited for the RDA. Fuck you.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Next position is up there.
Order filled.
You mean the RDA on chart 4?
Order filled.
Yep. Also aligns with chart 1 momentum check. I just wasn't patient enough to wait for it.
Order filled.
Hey. I had a question I was going to ask in this room. So when trading chart 4? There we go. Did a perfect check there on that momentum check. See if it keeps going. There we go. Not a bad trade there. Up about 16K or so. I just wasn't patient for the best entry. Take some profit right here.
Filled.
Take a little bit more.
Order filled.
Only in 1 CL. Oh, that sucks. Pretty good sell off there. Perfect check. Waiting for the momentum check on chart 1. That's what I should have been patient for. And an RDA check on chart 2. Overshoot. But I got a little impatient in that range. Anybody else short? Can I be heard in the room? That's the question. I think so.
You are heard. I am flat. I don't know about anyone else, but I'm flat.
Yeah, targeting the daily open or the weekly open there. Might be knocked out of some of this trade here. See if we could stick with it a little bit longer.
Yeah, I went long on the way up.
Stop
I
field.
got a long bit till it went up and then got out. I'm good.
Yeah. Based on this price action, I think it's going to probably maybe exceed the weekly open, but probably hold it. It's not really trying to get there quick. Yo. So for those that are watching on YouTube or TradingView, you'll see a link down below that says join us on Discord. That's the best place to join us. That's where we share trades. You can answer questions, share things throughout the day. So definitely, if you aren't following us on Discord, you want to follow on Discord down below. Find a link down below on TradingView that says join my Discord. Same with the description on YouTube, for instance. We're short in the NQ. We're short in the CL. We are long in ZB, which is bonds. We're looking to get short in the actual gold GC. So we'll see what's going on here. It's really not aggressively. One of the things, if you are wondering what I'm trading the Rex Dog system. It's a system I developed. Profitable trader since 2017, really, I guess I should say late 2016. It's an always in trade system, swing. I trade equities. I was looking at some of my swing trades here today. None of them hit the actual mark to take an entry. I'll be looking at Forex here in a little bit for my Forex trades for the week. See if there's any early setups for this week. Other than that, what else? I do trade some options. Oh, we're going to get knocked out of this trade. And crypto, of course, crypto. Looking for some, maybe what's happening on some lower levels here with crypto to see if we want to dollar cost average a little bit more into some. Completely out of this trade, almost. Decided to retrace all the way back for some dumb reason before hitting the actual weekly open. The question is, do we resell the RDA there on chart 2? I probably would.
Stop field.
Got out of CL. I'm going to wait for the RDA test on CL. See where we're at on the chart 4. Now I'm going to wait for a little bit bigger pullback on CL.
Stop field.
Something around 80.71. Stopped out of the NQ trade. Probably should start at 3.
Field.
So we're in 6, looking to get in short again, down to the weekly open as the target, which is right around 104. Let's see what the NDX is doing. NDX is doing the same thing, messing around with the weekly open, day open, obviously. It does have opportunity to go up a little bit more, so I think we use that level on chart 2, and then we look to potentially get in here. Reduce. I'm not quite confident that it wants to slow down here, but we'll see. Maybe it wants to fall short and find the long side. But you do have a level right around 0.84. Now, if we look and see on chart 4, I already did this, didn't I? Oh, we're beyond the chart 4 level. So where's our next chart 4 level? That's what we need to look for.
Order field. Order field.
The next chart 4 level is right around 0.46 and 0.22. It's Pretty big leap there to get to 0.46. We'll see though. It got picked up on gold. The gold trade, GC. You see here. GC is right here. So our initial short, and then we're looking to short up here. See if that gets picked up. Maybe we'll add to that position. CL's following momentum. I should have added more than 3 lots, huh? My freaking ear. Well, that sucks. Only got in 3 lots. No NQ. GC's right in the bubble, right at that position. Got the RDA, which is where my next entries are on GC on chart 4. And then do have a level up here. Got 2 levels, one at 1944, so this is GC, and then one at, I'll share this in Trade Room Alpha. 1946, 1944, 19, probably the key entry zones. If it gets up there, it looks like it's going to.
Order filled.
Drop 1650. We're doing the weekly test now. Should have been heavier. All right, let's see how far it exceeds it, or if it does. NDX is almost there, so that's the NQ weekly open. It's not the NDX weekly open. We still might, the NDX still might have a target. So far we're only up about 12 grand for the day, 12.8. Relatively slow day. It's all about the weekly opens. That's the end all be all what's happening right now. Fine, I will put some trailing stops in here. Only 3 lots. Looking for the next level on gold. So I should have got out of that. Part of it is there. I have it there to watch it. We got the RDA check on C3 there. That's where all those entries are. I mean, there's a lot of things going on right there around that zone on the GC trade. So it looks to be a good short area there. Still ended a green though. It's good to have a bad trading day and still end it green. I should make some coffee. So, somebody might be wondering, I was looking long here a good part of the day or in the morning early, and then I switched. Why did I switch? It's pretty obvious that I say pretty obvious. To me, the probability was that it was going for the weekly open more than it was going for the upward level. So that's when I changed my bias and just started trading with the chart, which I was fighting the chart before, even though it was slowly moving down. So shouldn't fight with the chart. We have an awesome system. It's a momentum system. I don't know why sometimes I get up and decide that I'm smarter than the chart, smarter than the system. Every time I do that, I'm proven wrong. It's another day we have to take time out as a factor. Kind of just look and see what's the chart doing. Not worry about time, because time it's been kind of a slow grind both ways. But if you take time out and look at momentum and bias, the chart's revealing to you what it really wanted to do. Really, since you really can't argue this, what happened there? Everything reloaded. So it's really, if you just go off chart 4 at 853 really gave it up. I'll put this in Trade Room Alpha so it's very clear.
Order filled. Stop filled. Stop filled.
Yeah, getting stopped out. I'll probably short again.
Order filled.
Getting added to the GC trade too. So we'll see if that's going to sell off, or actually it's going to find its momentum there. CL came up, making a run from the bottom. Something's going to give here. One of these charts is going to give. Well, now it's just, is it going to do another momentum check on chart 1? It's an NQ I'm talking here. Or is it going to do as high as 169 spot 50? There's a case being made that it could get up to the 165 area. That's the RDA chart 4. So good case to be made for that.
Order filled.
I don't know if CL's going to get up as high as 81.35. It's a pretty big stretch, but that's where the RDA is at. Be patient here in the NQ. Wait for it to actually chart 1 is going to be my control here. I'm going to use chart 1 as a little bit more of a control there. Let's see here on gold, we're starting our initial positions. Someone there?
Oh, Rex, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's all good.
Do you usually use the C1 as your control, or does it usually, like when you're day trading, or does you vary the charts based on what you're looking to do?
It's always varied, and C2 is never a control. It's C1, C3, or C4 are always a control. So you always want one of those charts to be a control. So for instance, I'll share. So on chart 4, a strong level check is one of the trades that you always see me typically execute, or I'll always, if a strong level check's coming, I'm interested in seeing if that's an opportunity to trade. So that would be chart 4 would be the control, strong level check. And then it's correlating all the other charts to that to see whether or not, hey, does it make sense here? Is there room here in this trade? Does the thesis of this trade actually make sense based on looking at it from the perspective of what I want to do here? Can you see a pattern develop on the other charts? And then chart 2 really is your entry chart.
Okay. So would you say C4, the levels carry more weight than C1 or C3?
No. It's just, it's always what's the next trade. I'm always looking for what the next trade is, or where's if I'm in a trade, where's the reaction zones? So those reaction zones and those next trades could be found on the 3 other charts. Because so for instance, on chart 4 for the NQ, it's just recaptured fast momentum, and the RDA is up at 163. So if I look at, where is that at on, that would be an overshoot of the momentum on chart 1, for instance. So if you're looking at where would 163 put you if it wants to get to the RDA on chart 4? So that's the correlating you're doing, is you're looking and saying, okay, that fits, actually 163 fits a slow momentum check on chart 1. So you've got a couple correlations there. Does that make sense on how you're correlating the charts, or you're looking at the charts?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because the RDA is different from chart to chart. So
Yeah.
just curious.
Yeah.
I guess you could choose.
And which one do you choose? Well, it's all based on analyzing kind of the 3 charts and saying, okay, this one. So for instance, we have correlation there with the slow momentum check, the M24 on chart 1 and the RDA on chart 4, because this is the first RDA check in this pullback since it lost momentum and bias. I'm more apt to wait for maybe the RDA check on chart 4, which actually coincides with the slow momentum check on chart 1. So that's why I'm not really looking to get into the NQ until it maybe breaches the M9 here, which it looks like it wants to do, and then gets up and does another momentum check up above. And as far as levels, those play the same role. So I will say that the big tick, our chart 4 levels are strong, and there's a reason why I take every one of those trades. It's because that's large capital that has created that level. So there's almost always a reaction that's pretty decent when there's a strong level check. Same with chart 3. There's a strong level in chart 3. There's almost always a decent reaction on that first check, sometimes multiple checks. So that's when sometimes those controls, or the controls, will take over. Or there's no right answer to which one is the control at what time. It's what makes the most sense given that current moment in the trade, in the setup, that you can find the best probabilities that, hey, it looks like this is a stall area, or this is a reaction area, or this is a momentum check area, and I'm going to go with momentum. So for instance, this trade that we're actually doing here, that we're looking to do on the NQ, this is a momentum trade. It's a bias and momentum trade. It's just we're waiting for the second momentum check to go with momentum and bias. I mean, I know I explained it, probably over-explained it, but does that help?
No, it definitely does. I try to soak in everything you talk about.
Yeah. So, or it gets sometimes difficult, is like here on CL, where it's finding the exact spot that it does want to react when it's maybe going past a couple of them. And then realizing that you're on the wrong side of momentum and bias on chart 2 is really key, because if it keeps checking momentum and it keeps holding up on chart 2 and giving you no clues, then it's probably best to say, okay, I'll give it maybe a little bit of leeway here, but there's a good probability that it's going to the next level up. And that's what we're seeing right now.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So right now you expect a reaction at the M9, which we got. We got some reactions, but momentum and bias on chart 2 hasn't moved at all. So the longer that happens, the longer that state on that chart remains, the more you should be thinking about, well, okay, that momentum indicator is probably going to be given up. What's the next level? What's the next key reaction area I should be looking at for a trade? And maybe trade up to it if you want to get aggressive, or, I should be trading up to it, but I'm in a couple different trades, so I'm watching those before I get too aggressive.
Order filled.
Does that help?
Yeah, that's perfect actually, 'cause that's what I was going to ask. How do you know which? Sorry, I don't want to.
No, keep going.
The under. I know a lot of people are probably on here. How do you know which reaction area to short? I mean, I know we're by a short now, so I'd probably short right above the RDA if it overshoots. But how would you know whether to do it to the M9 or to the RDA or M24?
Well, that's why I just kind of went through that discussion there. I mean, really, it doesn't change. So it's the M9 didn't work. So now it's okay. The next one is the slow momentum indicator up here, M24. So we just go into the next one. So it's just literally that. It's not.
You would get stopped out on or you would wait to see at the C2.
Yeah. So some people want to wait for confirmation, for instance, here. They'll wait for confirmation on this actual momentum check here, with C1 being the control, the RDA being hit right now on chart 4. I'm entering a position now. So I'll enter now just because, I've been trading the system. I believe the system. So I'll enter position now and then watch chart 2 and watch what happens on chart 2 as far as, does it roll over? Does it lose momentum? Does it at least do an RDA check? You'd like to see at least an RDA check here. Because it's the first time it's kind of hit this momentum check here in this session. So you'll see that's the initial reaction right now of it tagging it. And now, so that's all it is. All it is really just, okay, each reaction is unique. And if this reaction zone doesn't hold up and doesn't sell off and keep momentum and bias, then it's the RDA next. And then it's a VWAP. Then it's the previous VWAP. And then it's a level. So it's really just stepping up to whatever the next reaction area is within our system. That's all you're doing.
Do we need to have for our trade idea, does it just have to be the RDA, or can we say we're going to go with momentum and just look at reaction areas and look for, a reaction that goes along with the momentum? Should it be specific and say, I'm going to...
Have you gone through much of the training, or how much of the training have you gone through?
Probably 80%, I would say.
Okay. I mean, I was hoping that you would have got that by going through some of the training, which is, each reaction area is unique and a unique trade into itself. So it doesn't have to be with the RDA. It doesn't. It's just, it's literally each reaction area is its own reaction zone. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't get any more difficult than that. It's literally on this pullback here. It's okay. The M9 didn't work out. All right. You probably did get an opportunity to break even on that trade. You were going against the momentum of, and it looked like the momentum was going to hold up on chart 2. Once it was clear, you got multiple times that it tested the downside and it didn't break. Once it was clear on chart 2 that it wasn't going to break, then okay, it's the next area up. It's the next reaction zone, which it's reacting to now. It's still unclear right now if this current reaction zone is going to sell off here deeper, or it's going to continue up and go to the RDA. That makes sense.
Hey, sorry, Rex. I just gotta jump off for a little bit here.
Okay, sounds good. CL's hurting me. Should have waited for the RDA check on that thing.
Order filled.
Oh, look at that. Only on one lot on NQ. It's a good first reaction there. See if it rolls over.
Hey Rex,
Yeah, hey.
how's it going? While we're on that topic of you were talking about if you're going to wait for confirmation on C2, what would be your confirmation to get in? Would it just be retaking the RDA?
Well, I'm usually already in, so then it would be stay in, but yeah, it
For
would.
somebody who isn't going to, who's somebody
Yeah.
who's waiting for confirmation.
So waiting for confirmation would be like right now, which would be, okay, you have confirmation that it had a reaction, and now you have something to trade against on chart 2. You have levels, and it actually touched the RDA or touched the fast or the slow momentum. I look for at least a fast momentum check, and then that's confirmation. But you're still, if you want true confirmation that this is going to be a sell-off point, then chart 2 has to roll over. You have to wait for a rollover. So that's true confirmation. Now, you probably missed 30% of the trade there, possibly. It all depends on how much room there is. So that's why if you trade that way, you can do that. But you also have to realize that you're missing a good majority of the trade, where if you go back and you consistently see that, hey, using our scale-in model, scaling in around the momentum checks and the bias checks. See, the M9 is the weakest momentum check that exists. It's the fast momentum. So you should be entering there at caution. I mean, sometimes it just hits that and it just keeps going. But based on the way the day is trading today, with it grinding in both directions, you shouldn't expect the weakest check to hold. But when we get the first check of the actual slow momentum, like we did right here, that's a trade you probably should be entering with the expectation of scaling in, with then managing the trade on a confirmation, is the way I would prefer to trade it. But if you wanted to wait for confirmation, it's that first M9 check on chart 2, and then it's the first RDA check. And then you have some. So if we look at the chart right now on the small tick chart, because I can't share this screen, I need to figure out how I can do this. I'll share it in. the trade room alpha. What I mean when I say you have something to trade against, you have actual levels to trade against. You can go short now that it had its initial reaction. You could go short now right around 153 and up to 161, which is your key levels on chart 2. You have something to actually trade against. And then if it does flip over, that could be just a minor overshoot or just a changeover state, but then that would be your confirmation to trade from there if you want to wait for confirmation. Does that make sense?
Great. Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. But that's why a lot of times what you need to really do is be predictive in your trades, meaning we got a reaction there on chart. We got a pretty decent reaction, which is a pretty decent scalp. And if you look how many, it went from 1.6, if you would have entered just a little, well, where I did, 158, and went from 158 down to 142. That's a pretty decent scalp that you're still in. If you would have entered maybe at 3 lots instead of just my 1, and then you would have took profit at the RDA check on chart 2, and then you'd have 2 trailing stops right now, just waiting for the rest of the position to sell off. The flip side of it, just to kind of talk about that, which I understand trading doesn't always work this way. Trading's difficult. Well, you should have planned to scale in, up to about 172, if not a little bit higher, probably up to like 177 would have been the scale in plan. And then the market would have gave you one opportunity to get out or break even, is what usually happens around these reaction zones. So part of this, I think, is to trade the system best is to not wait for confirmations. You can do it, but you're missing up to 30 to 40% of the trade sometimes. Sometimes you get lucky and you're not missing that much because it's a very clear rejection or a very clear momentum check. When price comes up and it does a momentum check and then it just sells off right away at the momentum check or an RDA check, those are the trades that are the easiest to manage. Good questions, though. Keep them coming. And no bad questions. Well, there probably is. I'll tell you if it's a bad question. Yeah, I don't know how it happened. What's his name that did the Rockwell training session? I'm down to do another one if someone wants to do another Rockwell trading session. For those that don't know, that's basically we'll stream your trades and I'll be there on your shoulder, both shoulders, saying good trade, bad trade. No, I won't be like that. But I won't jump in unless I think that, it's like, are you sure? But I am with the room. I'm feeling more confident that people are adapting to the system even more quickly than before. Quickly, whatever the word I'm looking for. Let's see, is that going to hold up? So now it did roll over. Now you got confirmation. So now this is where maybe if you're a confirmation trader, then you say, okay, look, we got chart 2 rolled over. Now the risk here is that this chart 2 rollover is simply just a changeover state, because we've been short all morning, and maybe this is the exact point in time where the market is deciding, you know what, I want to use that low and I want to change over. So that's one of the challenges with waiting for confirmation, is that you missed the reaction trade, the first reaction trade. Now you're expecting that momentum to continue to hold. Is that all clear to everybody? Trying to keep my sniffling to the lowest. Well, I'm in profit now on the CL trade. NQ trade not, ZB trade down, GC trade. I'm up $1,000 in GC. Booyakasha. Let's see. 8 lots. Got picked up almost perfectly on an overshoot there. See if that's a chart 1 is my control. Not sure if I'm seeing a message. Well, what do you mean by live prices? I don't know. The streams look good to me on everything that I'm looking at, but I don't know. The EIS box. I don't quite understand. Ah, look at that. The NQ went up. That's why I said this is why, if you do wait for the confirmation, you do have something to trade against. But what you're really trading against is a double test of that momentum indicator and it holding up. So that's really what you're trading against here.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Ah. All right, I got to figure out, get out one of these positions because I'm short 2 places. I remove this. What is this bottom thing here?
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
What is that called? RDA check, I guess. Yeah, maybe the right side of the trade. I mean, not the right side. I'm trading momentum. So,
Order filled.
but it looks like we're going to only get the first checks here. That's what it looks like. I guess that's a good video to do, a good updated video to kind of explain that concept a little bit deeper. Put that down as a note. Fuck, got my coffee. Of course. Why did I do that? Okay, where are we at? Of course, on the wrong side of that NQ trade. Little bastard. Where are we at on the CL trade? Yeah, waiting for the RDA check. I think that momentum check on chart 2 is going to hold up there on the NQ. GC trade is at the RDA on chart 2. I think I'll put some stops in there. Hopefully I don't get picked up or I don't get knocked out on the volatility here. Should be taking some profit on that.
Order filled.
So I took some off. So if you're just joining us on YouTube or joining me on YouTube or TradingView or wherever else, you'll see a link below that says join Discord. That's one of the best places to follow along, ask questions, do share things there that I don't share anywhere else. It's kind of the hub of what we do here. So You'll see that both on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter. Well, we're on Twitch too. You'll see actual links to join us on Discord or Telegram. So those are good places to actually join us. Definitely a great place to, you want to learn how to trade and want to follow along with what we're doing here at the Rex Dog Trading. That's a great place to start. Just looking at the charts as I'm talking here as well, make sure everything's flowing the way I'm not quite sure on CL there. My nose is bothering me. Sorry, I keep making that noise. All right. Guess waiting for the RDA was kind of the right move there. It's kind of clear with chart 2 the whole time that it never really gave up momentum or bias. You did get reaction trades, but you had to trade the reaction. Meaning the first tap. Should have waited for the RDA as usual.
Order filled.
So you're still looking to short this when it gets to C1 on the RDA.
Yep. And is that 50% of the OR? Yeah, 50%
That
of the
candle,
OR.
that pack candle on C1 at 11, it's a really big green candle that recaptures biased momentum. Doesn't that sort of like make you think a little bit that maybe it just wants to carry on up?
Maybe. But I mean, this is the first test of the RDA. So how many times have you looked in a chart and seen the first test of the RDA and then look back and said, you know, that's such an obvious trade?
Yeah.
So that does factor into it, but it's also the first check of the RDA. So I think that maybe that's a kind of good lesson that probably needs to be repeated here a couple times today, which is that, you know, the system's predictive, but and it's predictive in reactions, but you might just get a minor reaction. If it might have I remember I said at the beginning of the day, it's obvious it wants to go up to 324 or whatever. Well, it's still obvious that's where it wants to go from the upside. But it doesn't mean in between here and there, it's not going to have stall areas and it's not going to have reaction zones like the RDA. And it might just go right through it. But it's right now, the chart is still bias short, momentum short, bias and momentum short. So this is a straight up first check of the RDA. This is where I should have started once it recaptured. Once that big alpha candle there, I should have just said, okay, time to recalibrate the position and wait for the RDA check. But, you know, sometimes I have wires crossed in my mind or I don't. I tend to stay with trades instead of just saying, you know what, just next level up. If it's within a scale in ratio, that's one thing I will say. I don't just willy-nilly do it. But if it's within the scale in that I'm comfortable with, then I'll sometimes do this. But if I had a small account, I couldn't do this. If I had a smaller account, I'd have to, at that momentum check there, I would have had to say, okay, the first momentum check is all I'm going to get. The second one, I might have traded, but I would have had to get out of that really quick. And then it's a matter of, okay, well, what do? I just wait for the RDA now. That's all I would do. So right in this zone, a little bit above this is where I would be looking if I had a small account to be executing the trades. So a lot of small account is just sitting on your hands, which is probably better for some aspect in my trading, because I wouldn't be in a trade now where I am down about $4,000 and I either have to take a loss or scale in here where I should have really scaled in. So this isn't the best executed trade at all. Is that clear to anybody listening? I'm going to get an
Yeah,
opportunity. Go ahead.
Okay.
So I'll get an opportunity here to break even here on this trade, which I probably will take. There we go. So I did take it just because, once again, the market gave me an opportunity to break even. I can restart over. Should have reversed there probably, but it didn't exactly tap the RDA on chart 2. So I'm waiting for that tap. So now I'm trading up to the RDA possibly, but that might be all we get. But the thing is, the 50% OR, the VWAP is so close here. You've got to look at those as well. So you see the RDA, but if you scale in all the way up to the RDA with an overshoot of the VWAP, you've got 3 reaction zones there that the market tends to react at. You got the OR50, you got the RDA, and you got the VWAP. So that's a good short. And it's with momentum and bias. We still haven't switched over momentum and bias yet. Aligns with a slow momentum check on chart 3. And of course, you've got the RDA and the other momentum at 211 to 220 on chart 3. And then you got a level right around 228. So if it wants to hold that low, that's probably what it's going to do. There's 42 minutes in this candle. So this candle might close at a decent level, and then there'll be follow through in the next candle to then probably at least get to where that rejection candle got, maybe exceed it a little bit, possibly. So maybe it is time to start thinking long on the NQ. But we need to switch momentum first. So I'm going to take the momentum trades and then maybe think about going long on the pullbacks. That cleared, everybody?
Yep, all clear.
So there could be a trade up here. So participation trade. We'll do that 1 lot, which a 3 lot should be my participation trade now, but we'll just do a 1 lot. Just to stick with the action. Oh, look at that. Gold futures is starting to really sell off. Lost the daily open. Okay. I'm going to take some off of that gold trade because it's at the daily open. And then we'll move our stops just above the momentum and the extreme band on chart 2. So, holy shnikes. I took profit too early. Look at that. Decided to rip down more. Little jerk. Up around 2100 on that GC trade with 4 lots left. CL trade still punishing me for shorting it. I think I have to wait for the next candle, probably up 81 something. If I get an opportunity to get out, I'll get out and then wait for the higher level. Trade up to it maybe. So if you have any questions on YouTube or TradingView, feel free to ask. I do answer them. So if you have any question, I can't see sale. It's a box across it and the gold. Sure. I did refresh.
Order filled.
Well, let's see. I think I'm going to take that off.
Order filled.
Let's see. Any other questions? Let me check the trading view. Gold seller buy. I sold. All right. So chart 4 did switch over momentum, still bias short, or it's still momentum bias short, I should say.
Order filled.
There we go. Let's see. If we look at gold on a longer term time frame, it's pulling back. It's got an RDA check here at 1920. That's really the key level. 1920. Then we go up to the day. It's given up momentum and bias on the day. You know, it could be a deeper sell off here. This could be a deeper sell off. Could be going down to this extreme band or going down to this level, 1816. Yeah. It's got to get through the RDA first on this time frame.
Order filled.
Oh, someone asked, I wish I could understand how to determine momentum better because depending on what chart you look at, momentum might be different direction. Well, yeah, but that's the way it works, though. I mean, each chart has its own bias and momentum state, and that's just inherent in trading. So that's just going to happen. So you might ask, well, then which one do you trust? Well, that's why it comes down to control. You decide which one of your charts is a control. And then from there, when you decide which one of your charts is the control, that momentum and that bias state of that chart controls the trade. And then the other charts are just additional advisors. That's the way to look at it. You really have 4 advisors. If you want to look at it this way, you have 4 advisors. And basically 3 of those advisors are what control your strategy of your trade. And when you look to one advisor and then they make an argument and say, hey, you should use me and my idea as a control, well then, okay, when chart 1 says, hey, you should, or chart 3 says you should use me as a control, okay, then you use chart 3's momentum and bias as a control. Doesn't mean you don't see the other ones. You do have a cascade effect. On heavy momentum days, you're going to see a cascade effect where basically the charts are going to cascade momentum wise. That happens on heavy momentum days. On days like today, where it's found a low, sold off from a high, it's kind of in a range still. You're going to have charts in multiple states, some of them in changeover states, but overall, most of the charts are still momentum short. Even that last move is just an overshoot of the RDA on chart 4.
Order filled.
Like an idiot, I'm fading. So we'll see if I get a chance to get out here. Sure do. Question is, will I get out at a profit or will it just sell off from here? All right, I'll put some trailing stops and give it a little bit of room. MA said, what's up? You're doing well. Haven't been around these parts in a while. Good to see you're still pulling capital from the market. Yep, still pulling capital from the market. So we are in a fade long on NQ. 4 lots, trailing stops in. We are short on CL, was in profit, but then CL decided to come in and destroy my profit. A little jerk. GC, we're short. ZB, we're long. 3 in profit. So buying that pullback on the NQ was kind of the right mode there. So we do have the first episode of the podcast dropping today. I was waiting to see if we could come up with a more representative show. Not downplaying the show. I think we need to grow into the show. Grow into. I enjoy doing it, and I think we're gonna be able to share a lot of insight and stuff to help people get to the next level with trading, and really the reality of trading. But when you have 2 hosts of a show, you kind of have to find that right mix of what works. I'm just sharing that in advance. Probably shouldn't say anything because now you'll probably notice it.
Stop filled.
Little jerk took me out. I'll release that in a little bit. I don't think I'm going to, don't think. All right. So what's the next thing? Where's the next trade? CL, man, you're driving me insane. I should have just got out of there like I said. Do I reduce? I'm still hovering around 16 grand or so in profit. Little bastards. Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. All right, anybody long up to the RDA check with me? And do you plan to sell the RDA check? Ask in the room here.
I was long. I'm looking to sell you off though.
Oh, yeah. That whole zone, like I said, I earmarked that whole zone, which is from 185 to 198 to me as the whole sell zone. I think you have to be prepared to sell in that whole zone and above, probably up to 207. It's really from starting from 187 to 207 is really your zone, your sell zone, your reaction zone. Yeah, sometimes you'll get things where it's just one reaction indicator there, and then you'll get areas like this where you have you actually have four reaction indicators within that zone. And that's when you should always be looking in zones anyways, but that's where you really then have to kind of focus and say, okay, what's the overall zone here? I have to be prepared, or maybe I be patient and wait for the upward zone to hit and not just get aggressive at the first momentum check at the RDA. Or bias check. That would be a bias check at the RDA. That makes sense to anybody that wants to respond. Booyakasha.
Yep, makes sense.
Sweet. Back to almost breaking even there. Yep. Talking to Reza Start Trader 2022. Good to see you, Bryce. What? It's going down. Oh, we got a lot of people in the room today. Should have been bigger than 3 lots. Oh, look at that. Did rip up. I'm going to be patient for above the VWAPs, which aligns with almost perfectly the RDA on chart 3. Booyakasha. Well, not perfectly. So generally, I'd say on the first RDA check, this is something you want to take, which that might be the case, but you're so close to, I mean, you're right on the OR 50. And then you've got the VWAP above. So got to be mindful of that. Maybe the market wants to stretch for that. And then it might want to switch bias and momentum. So chart 4 has already switched momentum. It's still bias short, momentum bias short. Now I'm going to probably share, or not share. Yeah, I'm going to probably share how to specifically talk about charts without getting too confusing. But really, it's you've got momentum, you've got bias, and then you add price to both of those. So those are 4 elements that the chart can be in. Well, actually can be in more. But for instance, chart 2 is bias and momentum long. And then it's price, bias, and momentum long, meaning that price is above all that. Momentum's a separate beast. Momentum is its own within the momentum indicators. So there's a relationship between the momentum indicators and bias. And then there's a relationship between obviously the momentum indicators are on their own as far as measuring momentum. And then on top of that, there's where's price in relation to momentum, where's price in relation to bias. I'm not saying that you're systematically going through. Maybe it would be good to systematically go through. Why did I switch long? Well, because it was holding up the momentum check. Plus chart 2 was holding up momentum and bias. And the upward target looked to be at least the RDA, right around the 50% of the OR, plus maybe the VWAP. So right around 200 to 218. That's why I switched long. DJ Rocketman. Wish I had one of those radio voices like DJ Rocketman. I can't talk like a DJ. DJ Rocketman. Just entertaining myself. That shit makes me laugh.
The trade of trading for traders.
Oh, I guess this was released. Oh, I guess I released it on YouTube's yesterday.
Always in. The trade of trading for traders. Hosted by Nephew Elite, Rex Dog Actual from RexDogTrading.com.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
First episode of Always In. This is Rex.
So we're recording it in video, but it's mainly going to be audio first. I think I'll release this here in a few minutes. Hey, I'm positive in all my trades. Look at that. I'm a trader. Look, Mom. I'm a trader. All right. We're going to put trailing stops on CL trade. I'm actually going to take some off there, maybe. If it stalls here. Yeah, you made me, man. You made me. Oh, come on, no hands. All right. So that's the question. Hate being patient. CL, we're going to get knocked out. No, not CL, but no, maybe not. We'll see. I switched long. I did answer that. All right, we are exceeding the RDA and the OR50. Excuse me while I whip this out. So I'll share on the podcast, we're recording it in video, and we will eventually probably get there with doing charts and everything else and screen shares. But at this point, we want to make it audio first. That way we can focus on just good concepts and not get messed up in trying to do video and everything else. So while on YouTube, for instance, it will be released as like really it's just Rex bouncing around and us talking, and you seeing us talking like on a screen share, just our avatars. Everywhere else it's released as audio. So Apple Music, wherever else, iHeartRadio, Spotify, everywhere is just going to be audio only until we figure out, we kind of grow into the show. And then we also not only grow into the show, but we figure out, where does video play a role in what we do? Should it even play a role in the podcast? About to get knocked out here of the NQ trade on the long side. I think probably until it switches over, you probably want to stay long on the NQ, I would think. Still, until you get a complete confirmation that the RDA and 50% is going to not hold. But the buyer just, once again, what's the larger time frame at? The higher time frame. Bias and momentum long. So it's been like this for months. So what does that mean? That means on each pullback, they're typically going to be found with buyers. When your higher time frame is bias or momentum long. It's just the way it works. Excuse me while I whip this out. Oh, look at that. CL trade's working out in my favor, finally. Finally with a trade where I'm at least more than one lot. I mean, I'm only 4, but come on. Excuse me while I whip this out. Who keeps coming on and coming off? See if we got approved yet by Google. The Google. Shows currently not available on Google. Once it becomes available, data will be collected. Motherfucker. Why does it take Google so long to approve this shit? You little bastard. So I'd like to do a quick check around the room. I'd like to do a grade check. Anybody up ever? Is there more than one person up for that?
Yeah, I'm up.
All right. So I'll just try. All right. Number one, how are you trading today? What's the number one thing you're working on, and what's the grade on that?
So I'm trading fairly well. My number one thing is scaling in. That's always been my issue. So I'm scaling in at the proper places. I'm doing a C on that. It's a pass, but it's not great. Some would be better than others. The other big thing is I stayed with a losing trade too long. And that was the first trade and got kind of killed on it. But I've recovered since then and I'm good. So all in all, I'm seeing it quite well.
What's your grade at overall trading, and then what's your grade at your number one thing?
My grade at my number one stat, I'd say a B. My trading is probably a B.
Okay, sweet. Is that where you're usually at, or where you're usually at on your day?
No, it's getting better. It's been C's and F's for a little while. So, no, it's good.
Awesome. That's awesome to hear. Okay, sweet. Who's up next? Anybody up next? Want to share either how they're trading today, good or bad, grade it, and then also your number one thing. Remember, everybody should have a number one thing you're working on. I should be able to call you out.
We'll go right.
Okay, sweet.
The number one thing I've been working on today is trade management, because I'm always doing these funded accounts, and the thing with the funded account is that they have like a trailing sort of balance.
Yeah.
So you can't really hold losers, and you can't hold winners either, unfortunately. So you kind of have to manage a lot, and so that's been the hardest thing with adjusting to the Rex dog, because there's a lot more scaling in and stuff. So I've been just practicing that, and I'd say I'm about a C today.
Okay.
And then overall, I've already hit my profit target, so I'd say a B overall.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
So say a little bit more about that before we move on to maybe the next person. So with that style, what are they trying to force you to trade like, or what do you have to trade like in order to play within the guardrails of what they're saying?
I think what I figured out is that I have to, if I do scale in, I have to scale in tight, and I have to really get out if it's going against me.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to know, like, before I even put on any trade, that I have to make sure that I know, like, where, or I guess the amount of capital that it's going to cost me to scale in to a certain point, and at one point I have to cut it, which has been a lot harder because my math brain isn't the best. So having to figure out like what an NQ point is worth, etc. So
yeah,
it's definitely been an adjustment, but also really good because it does tighten up your management skills, I think. So I definitely, if anybody is wants to improve that side of this trading, I would suggest trying a funded account, even if it's just for fun. It's definitely a challenge. So.
Yeah, I'm looking at two that I want to get involved, but one of them, my daily profit would break their rules on profit. You can't make more than 15% of your account. I'm like, okay, I have to really stop myself on profits then. So, but you're right, you have to trade differently, right? I don't know exactly. I got 2 here. I don't remember the names. I've been looking at so many. I think Take Profit Trader, I think, and Top Step.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I know there's a few people around here that are doing Top Step. Before I recommend anybody, I want to or start up my own. Might just start up my own and just start funding traders here.
I think I was gonna move to Top Step just because they have like an end of day kind of trailing
Yeah.
P&L, which and I'm doing Apex, which doesn't have that, which makes it even more difficult and also almost unrealistic in terms of how you would trade a live account. So yeah, I'm thinking of switching.
Yeah, no, I've heard that too. So, but I want to try it before I recommend others, or then I decide, you know what, it's time to just do it myself. Figure out how to create a funding
Even
account.
for fun, I think it would be great to watch you do an evaluation and just like kind of give your take on how you would change your style slightly. For those of us who are doing it, would be awesome.
Yeah, one of my initial consultation with the my financial advisors was, yeah, it's possible. But the risk came up right away, which is, well, aren't they all just trading a derivative of your system? So does that mean risk wise you would? And when we further analyzed it, what I realized is that not really until I got to like 40 or 50 funded people. There isn't a outsized risk if the rules are kept reasonable, not reasonable, but so that's something I'm considering. All right, anybody else that's up for sharing their grade, sharing where they're at? Once again, this is opportunity to kind of get feedback too. So it's not just sharing your grade, but it's talking through it, maybe talking about how, you maybe overcome your number one challenge, or maybe you got a new challenge that popped up today that didn't happen the last 6 months you've been trading. Suddenly today, so anybody up next? Ooh, that hurt. All right, sweet. Some days people are all ready to go, and some days people are probably busy. Maybe there's noise in the background, dogs in the background, kids in the background. By the way, if you're not an alpha, you can't talk so if you're trying to talk, the alpha trade room really is for alphas. So we do open it up from time to time for the public to listen. So if you're in Discord and you're trying to talk and you're not an alpha, then yeah, you're not able to talk. So that's one thing that we do have in there. Just so you know. I think it does tell you that when you join too, when you first sign up or when you first join the channel. Our podcast genre would be spirituality. There's no finance. Why would you have a list and not make the list alphabetical? Where are we at on trades? Well, we're short still on the CL. Good there. We are GC still short on there in 4 lots there, still up. In Q, we're only in 1 lot, just did a participation trade. My participation trade should be at least 3 or 6 now. This account shouldn't be not at 1. ZB, we're in 3. We're up at 3. We'll see. Find that pullback there. Waiting for gold GCE to go to the next level. Maybe it's going to hold the momentum check of chart 4. dual momentum check. It did hit the RDA in chart 3. That was my control. Do have news tomorrow. What is the news tomorrow? We have the minutes, right? Before I just make stuff up, let me actually look at it. Tomorrow, housing starts and permits at 8:30. These are all market time. Industrial production, 9:15. The petroleum status report, 10:30. T-bill auction, 11:30. And then FMLC, 2 p.m. So we do have a decent day lined up tomorrow. And then we have jobless claims on Thursday. And the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index. And nothing going on Saturday or Friday. Oh, I said Saturday. Getting ahead of myself there. Ooh, doggy. Oftentimes, too, when you see this grind on one side of the market or the other, or where it grinds on both sides, you do want to trade momentum and bias, but at the same time, you have to realize that it's grinding on both sides. And well, right now, if you look at chart 1, bias has shifted and it's or momentum has shifted and it's held the momentum checks. So it's a fight between the bias and momentum. So that's really what's happening now in the 5 is that it's fighting between bias and momentum. Momentum is held. So the next check is bias again. And then we've got that area above that we mentioned before, which is that 218 area or so above the VWAP, which is what we'd be looking to sell. Which is, once again, if you were here from the beginning, we talked about that the market showed intention on the 8 o'clock candle on chart 3 by taking 50% of that alpha. It showed intention that it wanted to go up. Yes, that's rejection, but at the same time, you should look at that as an arrow up, especially what it did. Took out 50% of the alpha, took out all of our momentum and bias indicators, stalled right on the extreme band of the fast momentum indicator. So that you should look at as intention as well, saying that, hey, price wants to go up. You should look at it as an arrow. I hear someone in the background. Someone has a question. Oh, maybe not. Loser baby. I think we can get rid of these buys on ZB. They're no longer valid. At this point, how much room do I want to give ZB? That's the question. I think I'll give it enough room to go against us. Looking for a larger move here, maybe a break of the RDA on chart 4. And maybe even a break. See, we're actually at a very, maybe a possible changeover, early start of a changeover on ZB. If you look at chart 3, I'll share this on Trade Room Alpha. This is ZB. We're about to maybe get into a changeover state. Quite possibly. Oh, sorry, Gordon. C1 last candle was a pack. There we go. Got to breach the 200 on the NQ. We got the candle close, so we're right around that. You know, we're expecting increased volatility. Should have been larger in size. A little bit higher. I'm looking up for that 220 range, maybe a little bit higher, maybe 226. So let's wait for that range up there. I'm already long in one lot. I mean, you can't complain about another $760. Good trading so far today. I will say that. I mean, it's been a little frustrating in certain areas, but what? They done knocked me out. Got knocked out of some of the CL positions. It's fine, taking some profit. No, 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 no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration?
Hell no. I do need to work on the soundboards. We need to work on our stickers. We need to work on our soundboards, and we need to work on our. We have stickers, we have emojis, and we have soundboards. We need to work on. It's the last thing that I focus on. Anybody got that skills? That's an alpha. I'd like to work with us on it. I'd be willing to sit down and work or knock out some of those things if you got the skill to create those. Could do some one-on-one sessions or something in return for helping us get those things done. Oh, GC is still selling off at a pretty decent clip. Now the question is with the NQ. We're so early in this candle. It did give up a key level of the previous level on C3, but we're so early. I mean, you could buy up to 164 and it would still kind of be within the realm of what we would look for. You know, that's pulling back to the momentum trade on, or the momentum check on chart 4, and chart 4 RDA is in the middle of a momentum. So it's in a changeover state. So, you know, there's been an appetite for the buyers this whole run. So it's just a matter of, is that going to continue? Right? Excuse me while I whip this out. So, I hear someone. I hear someone else. Or is that just me? Let us know if it's a public feed, dude. Import the feed, homie. What? What do you mean? Can't be reached. Okay. Oh. Oh my gosh. How did I screw that up? I know how I screwed that up. What an idiot. Sucker and succotash. Eh. Yeah, that VWAP overshoot was the trade to do. I didn't do it though. Focused on something else. At the moment, I am long now on the NQ for the pullback. So we'll see. This might be the wrong trade to do because it is against momentum, but we do have a level here. Let's get malevolent. Right around the level.
You think it pulls back from the short side?
What do you mean?
Or you think this pullback, even though we're short on the hourly chart, think we're long here?
Uh,
Are you talking about NQ?
Yeah. I just don't know what you're asking. I mean, I'm
Oh, you said you're catching the pullback. You think it goes farther, or you
well, I'm
think it
starting to
reacts
buy
here?
here. So I'm expecting it to maybe turn around here and go back up. So I'm buying the pullback, even though it's a fade trade. So the trade was, I missed the trade on the upside. So I missed the best trade, which I was talking about all day. And I just didn't take it like an idiot because I was doing other things. So yeah, but I see it going back up. This is a check of momentum on chart 4. And
I
then,
do as well. I shorted the momentum check on chart 3,
yeah,
but now I'm long. I just wanted to see what your confirmation kind of was.
yeah. I mean, I don't, but the right trade was momentum up above that, exactly what I was talking about all morning, or not all morning, probably since the last 45 minutes. I was saying, okay, it's going to get above the OR 50 and then overshoot the VWAP, and then that's where you short. I didn't short up there when I got up there because I was doing other things.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Sell side's fighting.
Yeah. It's been choppy all day. Or not choppy. It's been no commitment, no downside or upside commitment.
Yeah, that
And just
wick
stair stepping the whole time.
this morning's candle was crazy. 6. It's a fat ass wick.
There we go. A little bit of a bottom there. It still makes me laugh saying that. The trade of trading for traders. It's just so stupid. It's funny. Excuse me while I whip this out. I might add to this pullback here. English, do you speak it? ZB's back to my entry. That little bastard. I'm gonna have to just scale into this bad boy. All right. What's going on, NQ? You want to hold this low or not? That's what you need to decide. Stop being a little prickly little suck at MC. They call me silent. Oh man, that's gonna hurt. That's why you don't fade, kids.
I don't know. I feel like this level holds. So we're at the 50% of the previous pack.
Yeah, maybe. That's what I'm trading against, but you better start doing it instead of just thinking about it like now. There we go. I'm not taking any loss, or I'm just gonna put some trailing stops in this bad boy. If I get taken out, I get taken out. I shouldn't be with the trade any longer anyways. Should be considering reversing if it doesn't hold here, because this is at a momentum check on chart 1. So it needs to hold that momentum check.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for chart 1 to confirm. Let it get out or let it ride.
Let it ride, man. Let it ride. All on black.
All on black.
You go black, you don't go back. Tell me if this lays out well. The link I'm sending to in the DMs. I'm all up in your DMs.
Yeah, this is the site. Yeah, it looks hella good. What is this? Is that Google Music?
Yeah, we're everywhere. Spotify, iHeart.
What's this? Apple Podcast?
Yeah.
Amazon Music?
There's more than that. If you go to the
iHeart.com?
if you go to the SaaS, the actual show page for SaaS, which is here, I'll show you. I'll give you access to this account too, so you can see it.
SaaSpod.com?
Yeah.
I think I have the original one on here.
Statistics, other stats on here.
Oh, yeah. Player
Holy
FM.
shit. We are winners. We've had 9 streams. Wish I
Oh,
could
yeah.
see how many people subscribe. I don't know. I think the Hearst shows it fits, but I really feel like we could have. I don't know. I got a lot of ideas, so let's just keep pumping it out and start getting better.
Yeah.
All right, looks like that low is going to try to hold. Look, Mom, I'm up on all my trades. Look, Ma.
From what I saw there, chart
Yeah.
1 just looked like, I mean, it hasn't recaptured momentum since, well, really, since the low, but I didn't see the full confirmation underneath that slow momentum, so that's just why I stuck with the trade.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Just because we see the 2 previous candles test momentum, and then both of them went underneath, but those are just wicks. Then we see the close above, and then that one went below too, but we didn't see the close. That's just why I stuck with it.
Oh, we can automatically share to the Twitter. Okay, sorry, I'm listening, man. Apologize.
You're good. No, I'm just explaining for everybody else.
Oh, yeah. I can mute me too. Boom!
You're good.
I'm muted.
I'd like to see recapture a bias here. Possible move to the OR.
You really need a public phone number? Seriously? Come on.
Why? Yeah, hella people in the trade room.
Huh?
It's hella people in the trade room.
No, I just let those stops trail. And so for those that are on YouTube or TradingView, you definitely want to follow us on Discord. You see a link down below. On TradingView, you'll see it says join my Discord. So you want to join us on Discord or Telegram. If you're on YouTube or some other platform, in the description, you'll see somewhere to join Discord. Hey, if you are ready to get started with the Rexstock trade system, all you have to do, send me a DM, visit the website. You'll see a link that says a button that says get started now. Send us an email. Just like to ask a few questions. We like to connect with people before they get started. Just make sure it's a fit. So, hey, if it's a fit, get in touch. Do look forward to having you on board as an alpha member and trading what I consider the best speculation system. One of the best, not the best, but one of the best speculation systems ever developed.
The best.
Yeah. As I go around the room now that I'm back in Discords here, we are up on CL. We're up 2 lots, $910. We're short there, I mean. On GC, we're short 4 lots, up $2,000. Still looking for that to play out. We are long on the NQ, which is a fade trade, according to many of the charts, especially the controlled chart. So it's a fade trade. We're up about $56,000, or no, $6,000, not 56. And then ZB, we're still waiting for, we're flat. We're not flat there, but we're zero. Looking to get picked up for a long on ZB to the upside for it to break through eventually this long C3 momentum, maybe in a changeover state. So where we at here, we're looking for a retest above what it just did. The obvious level that it's going for, the first level is 289. We've got a level there that we do have to be concerned around 231. And then we're really looking for an upside level of 318.75 is that zone that for a longer reach upside level is what we're looking for. Why would I need a public phone number?
For what, SASBON?
Oh, for podcast networks. Why would you need a public phone number?
It's odd.
Yeah. True that. It is odd. Maybe I just don't sign up for this dumbass network then.
True that.
It's like you on my phone numbers. 212. Manhattan.
Manhattan.
Yeah. Oh. Every one of those is required. Oh my God. Why does everything need to be a pain in the ass? Okay, well, is that the end of it? Well, getting knocked out of the trade. I recommend my group too. I need to change my Twitter handle. Can you do that?
You mean your X handle?
My actual handle.
Because Twitter's X now.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. My X handle.
The website, the pod site looks really cool. Looks very clean.
Huh?
Pod site looks very clean.
Oh. Oh, did I send you the actual other aspect of it? Oh, I didn't. Here we go. This is the one hosted by the actual network. I'll transfer all those over and make it look like so we have actually a page on our site. I don't know if you noticed, it actually has a podcast tab now. Well, that's added to the podcast tab. I got knocked out of everything. The little bastard took me out. Damn NQ. ZB's pulling back.
Oh, okay. So did you upload that as a podcast on YouTube? Is that why I
Yeah.
went to the podcast section? Okay.
Yeah. Started a new podcast, uploaded that. There's been a lot of work doing this distribution crap. I mean, not crap, but I mean, it's been a lot of work. I didn't realize you had to show up. You had to sign up for every network and just a lot more to it than just, I thought you just put it up there and they would do all the rest, but no. Which makes sense. That means we have control over everything. I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you? I don't know where that came in my whole head. GC's continuing its sell-off. That's what we were looking for. Probably should have added on that momentum check on chart 4, but I'm not watching the trade that closely. I'm doing a couple other things while I'm trading, so I'm just managing these trades from trailing stops, not looking to get heavy in anything. Currently just above 25,000 for the day. Just, plugging along. Just trucking along. I don't know what the kids say nowadays, so I don't know if he had.
Trucking. I don't even know what to say. Send it.
You're no longer, you're out of that age range, so you don't know what's cool anymore.
I never really cared about the shit.
Oh, you do. I know you do. You're just begging for what the high school kids think is cool.
Yeah, all the millennial Gen Zs.
Yeah.
The girlie and I are excited to come out though,
Yeah, we're excited to have you.
getting everything set up.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot of work. It's always, even if you're not expecting it, it's always more than you expect, you know?
Yeah. Well, I didn't even think this was in a storage locker, you know. Costco has some cheap bins though. But Home Depot, they got cheaper.
What does?
Costco.
For storage?
Yeah, like big storage bins.
Oh, I didn't know that.
If you go to Walmart, they're like 15, 20 bucks for one of them.
I mean, these are ones that you buy and you own?
Hmm.
Oh, okay. I thought you were doing like a pod or something.
A pod.
You know, like those pods that you see?
What are you talking about?
Just what I said, like those pods, they're just like they deliver like a pod that and then you put your stuff into.
Oh, I've seen those. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're just thinking about getting just regular locker, some storage bins.
All right, so we got the third hour of the market closed. That's the third hour, right? Yeah. Let's see what the NDX is doing. NDX is playing around. Look at that. That's why we have these key levels on the chart. It's a free indicator. So not only do we release, I mean, look, the trade system's awesome, I have to say. But even the free indicators that we have are awesome. The RDA is available with extreme bands on TradingView. This key levels indicator is available. And look at that. Kind of showed you a zone, which is a previous VWAP. It aligns with a couple other things on the NDX. Just telling you, like even the free stuff we have. And we don't have a lot because I don't think you need to confuse it. There's no reason to confuse. You don't need 10,000 million indicators. I used to have quite a more indicators than I used to. I used
Your
to have
Bitcoin chart has a
What's
lot.
up?
Your Bitcoin chart has a lot.
Yeah.
But
Well,
that's
that's
like the only
super
one.
chart. Yeah.
Yeah, it's your super chart.
I do have to do a line of Coke before I look at it.
Wolf of Wall Street type stuff.
Yeah. So, but
That's pretty
yeah, I do have other charts that have a lot of indicators on it. But once again, you know, someone was asking on the YouTubes, they were asking, well, on this chart and that chart, what's your settings for the indicator on that chart and this chart? Settings are the same. I mean, they're simple indicators, and what's beautiful about the system that we trade is that our indicators work on every chart type the same. Momentum works the same. RDA works the same. They all work the same. Tick charts, time charts, point and click charts. Any chart that you can plot them on, they pretty much work the same. Renko charts. It is pretty amazing because I realize not a lot of systems are like that.
Yeah, every single time frame, just one indicator.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
Which it is crazy when you think about it.
Well, yeah, it's absolutely insane.
Pod chaser.
Waiting for the short side to play out. Taking a retest of the most recent low, chart 3. Then it's probably going to go to the low of the day. Test there.
Yeah.
It's fine here, though.
So anybody want to share where they're at position wise?
Yeah, I haven't heard about the Discord.
Huh?
But I was just saying I haven't heard anybody here yet.
Yeah, it's usually a lot more active. Maybe it's
That's where I
Tuesday and people
focus.
are burnt out.
Yeah. Let's got some people in here I've never seen.
Well, I did open it up to public.
Oh, nice.
So thank you. Okay, Conan is there. Boom. I'm all set. Well, well, well. This fade trade is not working out as quickly as I want it to. And ZB is pulling back a little bit deeper than I anticipated, but still within the model of what I'm looking for. And Q in 10 lots, waiting for that to pull around.
It looks like it's just stalling here towards the launch.
Yeah, it might just do that. Slowly grind up or sell off down to 134. If we look at chart 4, our levels are 155, 139, and our strong level is 112. Upside, we have a weak level at 192 and then 202. It's NQ. Suck at MCs, they call me Sire. Ah, NQ, you hurt my feelings. I didn't take the right trade.
I'm setting up NQ charts.
What's up?
I'm gonna set NQ charts on my Tradeovate.
Start editing.
No, I'm gonna put NQ charts next to the MNQ so I can switch between, so I can look at both.
Oh yeah.
Just because I know there's not that much difference in price, but probably good to start looking at it. don't even know how you trade so many charts. 4 charts got me confused.
Well, because you will be able to too, because you'll literally, as in that show, you'll be able to sorry.
You're good.
Chrome with its stupid ass rules nowadays.
I'm telling you, that's why I do not like Chrome.
Well, I mean, sometimes it works, and I understand what they're trying to do, but so it's just because I know how the web works. But this URL should be valid, but I could understand why they would think it would be a form of injection, because it does have an injection signature. So I get it, but it's still a valid URL. And I know if I just spoke above maybe your level of understanding, but it's not really.
What's an injection?
So there's a couple things that you can do to kind of trick. So you have a database, and then the way you operate with a database is that you send it commands. So for instance, let's say you have a user database, and you want to say get all from users, and it'll print it out. Well, this is an advanced form of injection, but sometimes what you can do to hack things is that you can send commands to the database through like a URL. It's not this simple. I'm just making it really simple. And then that URL will get interpreted through the server, and somehow there'll be a hole so that command that you put in the URL is executed on the actual database, or opens up and creates an admin account for you or something else like that. This is a very simplistic view of SQL injection. What you can also do, they plug this up in the browsers a lot now. You used to be able to do something where you could inject things into the browser and maybe run it on your actual machine. It's not quite like that anymore.
Yeah, there's so much stuff with computers. I feel like I just missed out on a whole nother path of life because I never got on computers much.
Yeah, now that you have one, you'll be okay. Now that I did that, what the heck, dude?
Okay, I finally see the break at the level.
I need to think about getting out of this trade. This fade trade might not be faded. GC trade's starting to get bigger. We're at the next level. Need to put in my journal to actually be adding to these trades instead of not adding to these trades. When
you're in profit?
Oh yeah, just, like I've been in the GC momentum trade. I'm on the right side of momentum. I should have been adding. The CL trade's been a little iffy, so I haven't added to that, but I'm doing 3 other things too in addition to trading.
Yeah.
Anybody in the room want to stand up or say what's up, see where you're at in position, maybe share your grade for the day, share your number one thing. Anybody in trade room, alpha trade room, wants to say hi, say what's up, have some questions? If you don't, that's fine too. It's just a little bit more quiet than we're used to.
Yeah, I have been, since the last couple of days, so I've been taking time to work on my trades. My number one issue was I was always
always impatient, rushing into trades, and I've been working on that. I've been journaling that a lot, and so what I do is I set alerts and kind of wait for my alerts to trigger, and then just take it from there. So just joking, and it's been helping me out. Yeah.
Sweet.
Today I'm.
Keep going.
Asking a question.
Oh no, yeah, no, keep going. I was listening. Sorry.
Oh, all right. No, so I said, so what I've been doing is just set up alerts. So it just helps me psychologically, even if I know I'm about to jump, but I just hold myself until that next trigger, and then I jump in. So it just helps me like stay patient, just wait for the truth.
Sweet. How are you doing grade wise on that?
Yeah, it's been good. It's money on top of small things, but yeah, it's so I don't give up. Like before, what happens is I make everything and I give it back, but it's not happening.
Awesome.
Actually wait for the sale. Yeah.
That's awesome to hear.
This is Jedi Skywalker.
All right. Hey.
So today's grade is A minus. A is because I'm up 11 grand and some change. Minus is because I have a bad habit. For instance, I entered the long position at 232.75. And even though the charts, when it started turning around and the charts and the system was saying that we're going short, the momentum short, buy short, I stuck with the conviction and decided to wait until this whole thing turns around and continues going along. So that's my minus for today. Any suggestions how to not to do this?
So restate that in another way.
So for instance, even though I saw that the pattern was changing and it was going from momentum long to and it actually went to momentum short,
Yeah.
I recognized that, but I still did not jump out of my long position, switching it to short. I still fight the indicators and the system saying that it will continue going long, even though the system at that moment was showing me if everything is pointing to going short.
Yeah. So what I would suggest you do is two things. Remember, we do talk about taking time out as a factor. So you need to, which one are you more comfortable with? Are you comfortable with taking time out? Are you comfortable with having time be a control on your trade?
Time being a control.
Okay. So you should probably have a stopwatch, or, I was looking at Amazon for something similar to like this. But where when you enter a trade, you should have a time limit where the more that it feels like you're being wrong, then that time plays against you. And the second that that time limit hits, you get out or you reduce, you do something. You don't just sit on the trade. The other aspect of that is, okay, if maybe you're more comfortable in taking time out, well, then what you do is that you then say, okay, I have this tendency to do this. So how I guard against it is I take time out as a factor, and I use my control chart for what controls that trade and what should and shouldn't happen, and then drop down to C2. And the more that, look at it as a point system almost, which is the more that you're being told it's not working in your favor and you're sticking with it, the more those points add up. It's kind of a scale, I guess it would be to look at it. When you start that trade, that scale is even. But the more that, if you take time out and you just look at momentum, bias, and what price is telling you comparatively on chart 2, you should be putting, you have a should and shouldn't happen. And then the more that shouldn't happen starts going to one side, the more that you should either reduce or you should start managing your trade. Not necessarily reversing, but you should be doing an action. And then track that. So I'll give you kind of two options to kind of solve that, right? If you find that you stay in a trade for like on average 5 minutes or 3 minutes, if you find that you stay in losing trades for like 5 to 7 minutes, put a 4-minute timer on it. Right?
I love it. Yes.
Okay.
That will work for me automatically. Get me on those alphas and tunnel vision and
Yeah.
back into watching what the charts are saying and so on. I got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Looks like I'm executing a terrible fade trade like an idiot, and I'm sticking with it even though it argued with me. So it's going to ding my P&L more than I want it to. I'm being a little stubborn. I'm doing exactly what kind of, yeah.
But you're able to recognize that your house and switch over. Right now I got it. I definitely get the stopwatch and time it. Okay.
Well, it's also within, I was saying, I said before, your weak level is 150. So I was prepared to go in up to 150 and a little bit of an overshoot there for this pullback because it's the lunch session. Maroon, are you an alpha?
Who, me?
Oh no, I'm talking about Maroon. Someone, sorry, I was talking to someone else. Yeah, so that helped though. Sounds like it was, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Sweet. Keep us abreast of which one works or how you adopted. I'd really love, now that we're really showing, like a lot of people are showing up to the room every day and we're conversating, it'd be really great to kind of share ongoing progress in addition to the rooms and everything else.
Oh, definitely. I would love to do it. And I'll definitely post my end of 3-day results in general.
Yeah, sweet. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Maroon, if you are an alpha, and I apologize if I don't recognize you're an alpha. It's not that I don't remember. I just, sometimes I just don't quite remember, but I should be able to look at your name. So you're an alpha. You should be able to talk in the room. Why you can't talk? Why it's not letting you talk? Nephew Elite, do you have them muted? Does anybody else? Well, no, I should be able to super control it. Oh, yeah, problems with your mic. Okay. So the market's going to give me one opportunity to get out here on this, possibly to break even on this actual trade here, maybe. Once again, it's lunch session, so it's kind of, what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? You do expect a slow in volatility, maybe a just kind of a stair step type of behavior. Maroon, where are you asking these questions? I see them popping up, so I apologize. I need to find out where they're popping up. Are they popping up actually in the room? Sorry for those that if there was an echo before between streaming and this. Oh, man, I got an opportunity to get out. I did not take it. Do I just cut this trade? Do we cut this trade? We still haven't hit 150 officially. Well, there we go. That's the official hit right there. Yeah, fade trade's going to get me in trouble. Well, sucker and succotash. CB is pulling back deeper than anticipated there. Let's see if we're still on deck there. We are. 6 lots there. Okay, we're good. Sorry, my nose is acting up. Ned Trades. I do like these usernames sometimes that are just straight up trades. Like X trades. X does this.
That's actually pretty sick.
What's up?
Oh, nothing. I was just responding to you.
Oh,
I'm long here. MQ.
me too, man. But I long for a while. So I'm up. I do get an opportunity to maybe break even on this trade at 4,000, 4,500. I'm going to probably take it off here at the RDA. All right. I took it off. I was too heavy. I was in 70 lots or something.
Oh,
And I just wasn't quite comfortable being that heavy at this zone. It probably is going to come up, but I can start over. So I'm starting over.
good choice. So how much more is the NQ fees in the MQ? Or is there no difference?
No, there's a difference. I don't know.
Is it like a lot?
No, it's not that much. I mean, it's proportional or whatever. I don't know. I could look and see. I don't remember exactly. Hey, by the way, everybody in the room, I want you to here, listen to me. I put together a spreadsheet that would calculate the scaling ratio. Someone that said before that they're not good at math. So I was working with someone on that spreadsheet, and let's finish that up, because then we could actually have a spreadsheet where we could say, hey, this price, and it gives our scaling ratio and it gives our risk. So that would be using the Rexdog scaling ratio. So let's actually work on that if we could together on finishing that. So I had my idea on how it was laid out, and I sent over that idea. So alphas, I'll put a note in the den. If I can't find an alpha, then that wants to work with me on it, then I'll just hire someone off Upwork. Another thing for alphas, if anybody has any graphic skills, we need to update our avatars. So Nephew Elite needs to get a new avatar, one that he owns. And then I want to update mine, kind of the same look and feel. So if you know anybody that has graphic skills or whatever, otherwise we're just going to go to Upwork and hire someone. The other thing I want to offer to people is, if you're an alpha, we got to make sure that we can find someone that can help us do this. Is that if you do want a custom avatar created through our process, I'd love to be able to offer us creating custom avatars. So our alphas have custom avatars for this server if you want. So maybe a look and feel if you're open to it. Just looking for some things we could do cool. So those are 3 things, but the spreadsheet one is more the one that I really want to get done. So we should have that anyways.
Actually, if I may, quickly, get that Skywalker.
Yep.
I forgot the name of the AI, but I actually did a couple of avatars in AI.
Oh, okay.
It's just incredible. You just give it simple verbal instructions.
Yep.
Describing what you want to kind of achieve.
Yep. I've used a lot of those. Yep.
So many options. It's incredible.
I guess we could do that. So I think what we're trying to do is find like a look and feel, and then we could go to AI and create something. But I mean, if you have your own, I like people having their avatars. So people, this is really for people that have like just a custom Discord avatar. So, and then also if you wanted to, like you said, I think we could do that. Do a kind of create a template and then go to AI to maybe then, like you said, you can put in unicorn with 3 stacks behind a Lambo being pulled by a Clydesdale, and AI will almost create that picture for you. Like, it's almost amazing nowadays.
Yeah, I remember it with Chat GPT.
Okay, so you use ChatGPT. You didn't use I don't know, there's many of them, but we do have an AI channel. So if you do find it, then definitely share. Okay, so someone. Okay, so this is sweet. Someone already kind of did it. I have to go to that folder. So maybe that's what we do in the process, is that we go to AI. Let's do a new tab. So here's a picture of what we currently have. Yeah, that worked awesome. I don't want to add it to my bookmarks. I want you to load it. Every day, something in technology doesn't work the way it's supposed to. And I've got to find a workaround. That's the current one. Remember, we have a different scale in. So let's work on this. I did go long on a fade on NQ. Sorry, my nose, I keep doing that. Cat's in the cradle and the on. Sprolic, we're going to work on swing trades. I promise this is something that I'm going to get in the pipeline. So this is something that I need to get in the pipeline. So on that, you would generally use the 4 hour. If you only have time charts, then the 240 is your foundation chart. And then it's, so we discussed this last week, and I'm going to discuss this more and more because I believe it is actually one of the aspects of how you have tremendous edge in the markets. Is everybody's trading. That's the word I'm looking for. You know what people are trading. You know people use the daily time frame. You know people use the hourly time frame. You know people use the 4 hour time frame. You can use these time frames, obviously, you should. But what you also should consider is what are the time frames in between these time frames with my system and my indicators that give me, it's like, here's the thing. If you only have time charts, which you have on TradingView, which if you're doing swing trades, that's probably what you're going to be looking at. If you're fortunate, you're doing swing trades where you have tick charts, and then you're looking at larger ticks. But if you're not, what you're typically going to have is you're going to do one of two things. 240 is going to be your foundation. 30 or 60 is your, well, 15 to 60 is your entry chart. 4 day, I would consider you have your daily and then you have the 4 day. Now, in between there is an opportunity between your entry and your foundation to potentially have another chart that doesn't confuse you, but that provides you additional confirmation signals. This might be a 45-minute chart. It might be another chart type. And then above your foundation chart, which is the 240, you have the opportunity for, I suggest, yes, you look at the day. That's a given. It's just, it's trading 101. Every system has it. Okay. So we're looking for edge outside of what every system has. So there's an opportunity of additional, think of this as an additional structure chart as between the 240 and the 4-day time frame. Find a chart that's between the 240 and 4-day time frame that is even more foundational and keeps you in check. Hopefully you heard that. That you, Sprolick? And sorry if I don't know the voices yet.
No, Jedi.
Oh, okay. So I was answering Sprolick questions on the den, but okay, priority. Scale in spreadsheet, that's a priority. What I realize I want to do, I thought about this over the weekend, is we have initiatives we're working on that I haven't really shared. Like the podcast, we've been sharing that because we just weren't sure we're going to do it. Now it's officially, we've done, it's being released today. And then we'll be doing 1 to 2 episodes a week. Epic Indicators is being launched. That's our indicator shop. Right now, it's just the Rexdog trade system 4-chart setup, but we want to at least do, I'm hoping for 1 indicator every 2 weeks, if not more. But to be realistic, 1 indicator every 2 weeks. Outside of that, what I'd like to do is, and I'll do this, I'll figure out a way to do this, is put the initiatives like swing trading training, other training that we have, other stuff, and then put it out to alphas as far as what we focus on next. What's the next priority? This would be one of those priorities, which would be like a entry spreadsheet, an entry calculation spreadsheet. So I want to have like a series of initiatives, because if you have no plan, you're not like doing anything like that. You're really just operating from you can go any direction. You're not operating from some type of strategic plan. So we have strategic plans behind the scenes that we have, lists and stuff that we're working on. But what I'd like to do maybe more of, if the alphas actually want this or participate. If you don't participate, then obviously that tells me, okay, you're not interested in managing in this aspect. But I'd like to have a series of maybe 5 to 10 initiatives as far as, and then go to you guys, the alphas, and say, hey, what's the priority? What should be the priority here that we're focusing on? I think because we have more than enough list of things that would be to that list, but getting some feedback on priority would be nice. Don't know if anybody has any thoughts on that.
I think it's a great idea.
Sorry, I was making bagel.
Go ahead, Jules. That's Jules, right?
Yeah, no, I said what I said. I think it's a great idea if you have a series of initiatives and you're looking for suggestions or feedback. I think that's a great idea. That was it.
Okay, sweet. Appreciate it. Where are we at? I'm long on the NQ. Fade long. We are out of CL. CL completely knocked me out. So the question on CL is, okay, look at chart 3. We'll look at the daily. The daily's trying to do a slow momentum check. It's got a low there at 79.92. So when doesn't it want to do a 3 candle up to the momentum check at 81.11? I think that's what we wait for. So I'm going to be patient and wait for a RDA check on chart 4, which actually correlates to with fast momentum check on chart 3, right around 81.13 is where my next entry is looking. If we look at on chart 1, that's just above an RDA. That'd be an RDA overshoot. We do have a level there. So we want to make sure that we got picked up for an aggressive trade that might sell off there. We might want to be a little bit below that, but I'll deal with it when I get up there, when it gets up there. Been a good trading day so far. But I guess we could say that about every day when you trade the system.
How much you up?
27,200. I'm not trading as aggressively as I should be.
It's okay. You just got treatment yesterday.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't go?
No, I have to switch things up.
Oh, yeah, you're getting.
I have to go to a new treatment, a different treatment cycle. So, yeah. So I didn't get treatment this week.
Is it still every 2 weeks?
Yeah, it'll still be. I'm just deciding between 1 or 2 treatments, and then I'm doing some research on what's, because I haven't. This treatment's been working, but it's starting to lose its effectiveness. So we want to get a little bit ahead of it and see if we can see whatever the developments have been in the immunotherapy, the DNA world, specifically that's targeted. So we're looking for something. Is there something available out there that's more targeted? Plus, there's another treatment that immunotherapy that I can jump on and try to see if it does, or it has a little bit better effect. So that's what. So I need to get another biopsy. So that's what we're waiting for. Sorry to get into health stuff. So like my bum knee, but my cataract or whatever, but that's what's going on with me. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's probably good for everybody here that you're still sticking around working on solutions.
Yeah, no, just focusing on that. So yeah, that was a little bit of a kind of figured it was coming up based on been on this treatment for a while, and it was keeping everything stable, but it wasn't really going beyond that. So it's good. Just the next step.
So we shorten this move.
I'm not.
Chart one's RDA. You're
I'm
long.
long. I've been long since below. So I think probably would be another short at the RDA, but I think given it's a lunch session, I think
It's the final grind.
Yeah, I think it wants to do what it's been doing so many times this last couple of months. Just grinds down, and then it ends the day at the highs are in the mid range, right? And then it sets up the net rest of the week to go and test the highs and figure out if it really wants to sell off. I mean, we've got a lot of news tomorrow. FMLC is one of them. So that's what I say. That's all. That's what I have to say about that. Do you know why sometimes when you look at someone's profile, you don't see whether or not they're a level or not? But sometimes you look at them and then you can see that level. Why is that?
It's because they left the server. You're looking at non-general.
No, I'm looking at someone that's actually on the server. But like when I look at so when I go and I right click on a profile, I can see well, no, I can't. Wait.
I also don't even know what verified member means, but I verified
Yeah, I was
all
going to
our
look into
alphas.
Yeah, I verified a couple of the alphas too. I just don't know what it means either.
Yeah,
Probably be good to know what it means before.
I think it just verifies that they're real in the server. Like we ourselves have verified them.
Oh, real, recognize real.
Yeah, because right underneath that is the timeout kick ban. So those are like the overall rules. So I assume verify means that they get like full access. Then I don't know.
Oh, I see. So if you just click on them, like left click, you see the role. But if you right click and go to profile, you don't see the role, which is plain stupid.
Yeah, it's because that's their. Because for some reason Discord's so weird. Because each server you join is.
And that doesn't carry over to the DMs. So in the DMs,
Yeah.
unless we have a note on that person, you don't know if they're an alpha or not.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what I'll probably do. Is change their nicknames to their name and then put alpha next to it, like A at the end.
Oh, I need to connect with this guy.
Frolic had a good chart here. I think it's NDX. I physically don't believe I can trade on a light chart.
Huh? Oh,
Like a white chart or light
right.
mode.
That's racist.
No. I'm half white, man. We're together in the boat. But I just don't think my eyes can handle it.
Yeah, I switched a long time ago, and I'm happy that I switched. I just like the dark mode better on everything.
Me too.
It just seems to work better, or seems to just look better. I agree. So for those that are watching on TradingView or Discord, it's been an awesome trading day. One of the things you want to do if you haven't done already is join us on Discord. You'll see a link below on TradingView. If you have any questions at all, look, I answer questions quite a bit. So if you have any questions at all, trading, system, anything at all, ask the questions. Also, have any feedback whatsoever, definitely get in touch on that. Sorry, I got distracted for a second from someone actually commenting. But in both YouTube or anywhere else that has a description, you'll see a link below to join via Discord or Telegram. If you like Telegram better, you can follow us on Telegram as well. We'll be releasing the podcast today. We'll be doing high value pieces of content every day here shortly. Really just focusing on reinforcing good trading, positive trading, actually trading, and not just our system, just trading in general, just being a good trader all around. So that's one of the things that we focus on here at Rex Dog Trading. So look forward to seeing you. Thanks for showing up. Like it, share any feedback you have, any questions. Even if you want me to look at a ticker, we'll look at a ticker. One of the powerful things about our system is that we can actually look at a ticker, and within 10 to 30 seconds, I can get a good assessment of what my system says and what I would do trading that exact ticker. So any ticker you want to send our way. I'm back on the Discords. Who's Rex Dog Sense? 3 members. What is that?
Who?
Oh, you see in the room? Oh, no, never mind. Duh, sorry.
Oh, is this stream? Your
No.
stream?
So What I just need to make sure is like NEG I bought for long term. Let's look at NEG, NEGG. Never heard of it. Maybe I have and I just don't know. NEGG. Oh, Newegg. Okay, yeah, I've heard of Newegg. I didn't know that was their ticker. Holy shnikes. Man, oh man, oh man, that thing's like are they really that bad economically? Holy crap. Why are they like, it almost looks like based on the chart, they're fitting to go out of business. Yeah, so I would say with NEG, it's real simple on this. I mean, you scale in all the way down to, I don't know, 56 cents. And it either goes to zero and goes bankrupt, or this is a complete, I mean, I'm surprised Newegg is actually at this level. I thought they'd be a little bit more healthier than this, given it's not like the PC market is in the dumps. It's not like, graphics cards aren't, flying off the shelves for various AI reasons, for other reasons as well. So interesting. Make sure I have trailing stops and everything. GC, let's look at the GC chart before I step away. So yeah, I'm with you. You do have a level. I mean, if you really wanted to trade this correctly, you wait for a 103 test, a 110 to 103 test, and then put a stop loss at probably 92, and then it's a flyer. Is it going to stay in business and somehow have a change in finances? But it's definitely, it could it's a chart that looks like it's going out of business. It could stay in this range too for 6 months, because it's obviously being reassessed as an asset. Financially, it's being reevaluated, I guess is the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a scary looking chart. So to me, it's this looks like a crypto chart. I do crypto trades like this all the time. They're just flyers. It's like, hey, I'm going to get in down here at the bottom, and eventually it's going to go up, or it's going to go to zero. Yeah, I agree. That's an awesome example, Sprolic. I'm going to give you a super reaction. Where's my dude? Where's my super reaction dude that I used to do?
Oh, I like that one.
I do have a Rex one. But it's a no trade zone.
I like that one too. Actually, that one's funny. I have this one from the Discord. Or a bunch of new people. Yeah, you're right.
I'm gonna step away for a bit or a second. I'll be right back though, in a few. Oh, sorry, I wasn't showing my trades anymore. I apologize. I'll keep my trades up. You see where we're at. We are still looking to get picked up on ZB. We're waiting for CL. We're a fade long that looks like it's going to go in our favor. So maybe want to give it a little bit more room. Only in 8 lots there, but up around 4,300. Light trading day today. I wanted to stay light today. I just didn't want to. I was doing other things. So when I'm heavily doing other things, I typically don't trade as heavy, especially when I'm streaming. If I wasn't streaming, then I'd be trading a little heavier because then I could focus. But streaming ultimately takes my attention off even when I'm doing other things. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. I'm just trying to welcome people into the non-general. I don't think he muted himself. It's all good. Keep seeing this breaks name. First server. Okay. So we're just waiting until it comes. I apologize, bagel. I'm short MQ. Just because of confirmation on chart 4. See the close beneath bias. Seems volatility pick up here. Looks like sell size jumping to kind of the same range or target we were previously at. NG. Oh, Newegg has terrible customer service and business practices. They've also been slammed by YouTubers and such on social media. I didn't know that. Someone on YouTube. Oh, Sly. Just let me know that. Apparently, Newegg. Scummy.
Oh, you had me muted here.
Oh, yeah, because you were in the background.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want anything to be heard or anything.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to. Where are we at?
Did you know that about Newegg on YouTube? There's a comment.
Yeah, I was just commenting on it. I just didn't go out to the stream. It just went to Discord. I didn't know I was muted.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't know you're back.
What the heck? What is that?
Oh, of course they're dicks, dude. They're from California.
They used to be pretty good, but they've just been providing terrible customer service. Some giving customers things that are like they're shipping out products that have been returned. Just terrible.
So they're a computer and electronic company?
Yeah, they're basically like a micro center online, so you can buy
Hmm.
computer parts and stuff like that. So it's usually when I built my first Beast machine, I bought half the parts from Newegg, but I wouldn't now. I'd source it somewhere else just because, like you said, they've just been dropping terrible in customer service. If you do have any issue at all, it's not gonna get resolved. Basically.
That's messed up.
I need to find a way to mute everything everywhere.
I don't know how you do that. You have so many screens. I can barely mute one screen.
But there should be where I could do a master mute. I mean, on the mic I have, my other setup, you can touch the mic and turn off the mic, and it mutes it. It mutes it at the mic level. So I need to have a mixer to be able to do that.
Since I have my Xbox controller hooked up to my monitor, if I press my middle button, it shows all my audios. So it's actually pretty sick.
Oh,
So I can like change each different individual audio. So that's what I do when I'm.
yeah, but you can do that just by right clicking and going to Open Volume Mixer. Right clicking
really?
on your little, up on the start bar. There's a little speaker icon. Right click on it and go Open Volume Mixer, and then expand that volume mixer, and you'll see every program you have
Oh.
open.
Yeah, this is exactly what I see when I do my controller. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes it easier.
And if you had a Stream Deck, you'd be able to have a Stream Deck that'd be a button. A button.
A button.
The GC trade's continuing to go my favor. I've stuck with that trade for quite a while, actually. We're still not at the next level. It is creating a level, but the next level is 1933, and the next level after that is 1930. So that's what we're waiting for. Is it going to tap that, and then maybe we would reverse on the GC trade.
Closer.
Shortage. It's a dangerous world out there in prop firms and futures. Not really, but it is kind of an annoying world because the rules and the various things that they have. Like one of the prop firms I'm looking at, you can't make more than 15% of your account on any given day, even if you consistently do it. So if you have on a $1,000 account, you couldn't make more than $150 a day. You actually fail if you do, which is because they look at that as not possible. So, I'm toying with just going in there and just seeing if I could actually do it every day and see what they say. It's not like I lost money. Oh man, should have been heavier on this pullback. Once again, I was in a fade trade, so I didn't sell that RDA check. I should have sold the RDA check. RDA for the win. Have to consider getting out the ZB trade if it doesn't start going in my favor. Gosh, gotta stop doing that. Up 1,700, up about 3,200. That's a pretty good position. You could see there on gold, almost perfectly, not perfectly, but pretty close to the top there. But I really shouldn't be surprised. That's an RDA check on chart 4, so that's the way it works around here. Being patient for the same type of thing on CL, possibly, for the next leg down. All right, let me make sure I'm on here. So I'm going to be jumping off. I don't know if Nephew Elite's going to continue. One thing is if you're on TradingView, you want to follow down below because I will be stopping TradingView and the Nephew Elite doesn't stream in TradingView yet. Need to get some followers and he will stream. If you're on TradingView, you'll want to join Discord or follow us right on TradingView. Probably will be streaming tomorrow, maybe the next day. We'll see. I won't be streaming in the afternoon. I'm going to be chilling with some family. So I got some family time I'm going to be doing. Plus some other stuff. We'll be releasing the podcast here today. Looking for Sierra chart, 4-chart setup to be released tomorrow. What else is going on? That's about all. If you are interested in getting started with the RexDog trade system, send either me or Nephew Elite a direct message or visit the website rexdogtrading.com. You'll see a link there that says get started now. Send us a message and we'll respond. We just like to talk to everybody, make sure it's a fit. You just can't buy into the RexDog system. We're careful on who makes it into our trade room, who becomes an alpha. We're really focused on finding the right people, having the right people that are in our trade room that are adopting the system. So look forward to seeing everybody on the next stream. Hope everybody's doing great. Nephew Leader, you're going to continue or?
No, I think I'm gonna work on some things.
Okay.
But I might stay on for a little bit. I'll probably stay in the Discord and trade for a bit.
Okay. So now on Discord, just so everybody knows, I'll be hopping off. I think Nephew Elite will be hopping off. Any questions anybody has before we jump off? Anything anybody wants to add? I'll be around for the rest of the day. Well, not the rest of the day. I got hanging out with family for a little bit, and then I'll be back. And then we'll get prepared for the Sierra chart, 4-chart release tomorrow. We'll be releasing the podcast today. And then I'll still be trading a little bit, but here in about an hour or so, we're going to take off and just hang out, do some stuff. Any questions? Any feedback? Any alphas want to leave here before we jump off and trade room alpha? Okay, sweet. Well, great. Well, I look forward to seeing everybody here as the day unfolds. Whoa. And
Have a good one. Thank you.
yeah, you too. Keep up the good trading. It's been a good trading day so far. So far, my P&L, a little bit light trading day, is 27,617. That's where I'm at. Probably on the day somewhere in the 30 to 50 range. All depends when I stop trading. That all depends. So I look forward to seeing everybody in the next stream. And cool.